Okay, start the meeting. This is the ADP meeting for November 16th, 2 o'clock. First on the menu is welcome to the Squamish Nation Traditional Territory. Second, motion to adopt the agenda. However, we have an amendment to hear business number 2, the DP 474 first, so that we have a quorum. We may have a member leaving, so let's move item 4-2 to the first order of business. With that, a motion to adopt that agenda. Second, Sarah and Dee. Wayne.
Okay, then John. Do so.
Thanks. Meeting minutes. Motion to adopt the October 19th minutes. However, there's an amendment by changing the 19th bullet on page 7 to reflect that the discussions with the Squamish Food Council are due to take place, not already taken place. So they're due to take place. Is there any other notes that we have to amend? Okay, so a motion to adopt the ADP minutes. Sarah, seconded by Chris.
Look at that draw.
Okay, business is first on the menu, DP 474, Phase 1 Townhome, Waterfront Landing at 1500 Highway 99. Susan, you can make a spiel first.
My spiel is actually only 2 slides long. I'm just going to touch on a bit of the project data that we didn't talk about previously, and then I'm going to turn it over to the applicants to walk you through the changes they've made. I think in our previous session we didn't look at all at the numbers associated with this project, so I just wanted to run through the zoning bylaw table, which is one of the standard things we have to do with these applications. And just starting at the top, the floor area ratio, the bylaw for the CD40 zone allows FAR up to 1, and it's below that at 0.73. The lot coverage, the maximum is 50% permitted, and they're below that at 35.3. Now that lot coverage is buildings only, but that's still a relatively low lot coverage. The maximum height of the buildings are permitted to go up to 12.5 meters, and they range from 9.8 to 10.2 meters. Setbacks, there's a bit of an unusual description in this particular zoning bylaw as to what's the front and what's the rear road, but just for clarity, the front in this case is considered to be the strata road where people park, and the bylaw standard is 5.8 meters, and they're primarily at 6 meters. So there's a couple of cases with an overhang where it's 5.8, but in addition to that front setback from the strata road, there is also a driveway requirement of 6 meters in the parent bylaw, so that actually prevails. The setback required from the public roads that surround the development is 3.6 meters, and that has been met in all cases. The usable open space, there's requirement for 10% of gross floor area for each unit, and that is exceeded. I guess on a total basis for the development, it's 1,153 square meters total, and that is provided at 1990 square meters total for the project overall. The public common open space requirement, there is no standard set for this development, and that was done purposely because of the amount of major park development that's being provided along the shoreline. But within the development, there are the common park areas, and those are just over 2,300 square meters in total. So the density on the project, although there's no bylaw standard, it does work out to 56 units per hectare or 22 units per acre, which is pretty much in the range for typical townhouse projects. The one thing I did want to point out, and is in the report, is there is a parking variance proposed now that we didn't discuss last time because we actually hadn't thought of handling it this way. The CD zone requirements are in the first column there, 2 spaces per unit for the townhouses, plus 1 for each lock-off suite, which qualifies for secondary suites, plus the visitor parking spaces. So the CD40 zone requires a total of 199, but there are 219 spaces provided. And where this is a bit awkward is that some of the townhouse units, although they're required to have 2 per unit, they actually provide 4 because the wider units with the double garages have both the 2 spaces in the garage and the 2 spaces outside. So it looks like there's an excess of parking, but in practical terms there isn't, even though they're exceeding the bylaws because of those 4 spaces being counted for some units. And that leaves the lock-off suites without having an identifiable spot. So what we've recommended the applicants do is take that 17 visitor parking space requirement and attribute 6 of them, assign them to those lock-off units, and brings the visitor parking down to 11. So that will have to be considered to be a variance when this goes forward to council. And the applicants will provide you with additional information about how those lock-off unit spaces are being provided. I think from the planning department point of view, we feel this is defensible. In addition to the 11 internal visitor parking spaces, the public roads that surround the development all have public parking. That was one of the requirements when the overall plan was being devised. So there's actually a fair bit of additional parking surrounding the development. So that is just the end of mine. I don't know if there's any comments, questions on that. Otherwise, I'll turn it over to the applicants who might give a bit more explanation to this through their site plan. Okay. I'll let you guys handle your presentation first.
You good, sir? Yep. Which one there? That's down here.
Richard, can we dim the lights a bit, please, right up there?
Yeah.
To see the screen?
Can we turn the lights?
Thanks.
Full screen mode. Great. Thanks, Susan, for starting us off with the exciting stuff. All right, well, good afternoon. A couple new faces. My name is Ben Duffel with Boza Properties, and along with Mark Blackwood of Acoustics Architecture and Rob Barnes of Perry & Associates Landscape Architecture, we are happy to be here today to present the latest updates to Phase 1 townhomes for Waterfront Landing. The team was here a month ago. We really took the comments to heart, and I think have made some pretty significant changes and simplifications in many instances to the architecture and the landscape design. I think we've ended up with an architecture that's clearer. It's got more clarity in terms of the direction we see the project moving forward with. Kind of the overall vision that we see for Waterfront Landing going forward. So I'm quite pleased with the way it's coming, and I think it's been a really worthwhile kind of exercise pushing it forward. So without much further ado, I think we'll proceed with talking through the renderings. The majority of the comments from last session will be addressed as we roll through the renderings and the landscape design, but obviously any questions, feel free to jump in. So, Mark, if you want to lead us off.
Sounds good. Thanks, Ben. So as Ben mentioned, here to update everyone on kind of the architectural and landscape updates to the plan. Some of the messaging that we heard during the last presentation, I'll jump off just kind of with this first slide, is kind of looking at the architectural character and how we find kind of clarity in kind of what this project is, what kind of architectural character it's trying to convey. And as we roll through, I think you'll begin to see some of those revisions. Before I get there, I just wanted to start off with sort of an overview of a refined selection of kind of inspiration or precedent images that we began with. And it really comes down to us kind of celebrating this very kind of utilitarian gable, could be industrial warehouse, salt box, really kind of industrial theme type of architecture, and how we can translate this into kind of more of a townhouse prototype. And I think what we were looking at when we were looking at these images are the simplicity of the actual building form, how window openings just punch into it, and the materiality of some of these types of buildings, primarily being kind of the corrugated metal, but also sort of accents of other materials, whether it be wood or glass or the like. So we really wanted to sort of play up this theme for phase one of the townhomes, keeping in mind that this project is part of a larger development that will have kind of varying themes and kind of execution of kind of this waterfront kind of industrial language as the multiple phases roll forward. So this was kind of our starting point when we kind of re-looked at the elevations and our kind of main point of departure. The overall site plan, as we kind of analyzed the comments from the previous ADP, what we were looking at is really kind of, balancing, a level of efficiency on the site, but also sort of making sure that there was adequate outdoor space as part of the project. As Susan mentioned, currently we're at about 35% site coverage with an allowable 50%, so we've kind of allowed a fair bit of wiggle room there. And not to mention the overall development is sort of giving back another 2.1 hectares of space for public parks and another 1.7 hectares of open space that will exist on actual strata lots in the form of trails and kind of pocket parks that'll kind of make its way throughout the overall development. So the site plan themselves, you'll see we still do have kind of a dead-end road configuration. We've done some due diligence in terms of fire and garbage pickup, and these are all kind of within acceptable lengths for turnaround and the like. And would also just like to kind of reinforce the fact that although sometimes dead-end streets do afford some inconveniences, they also sort of have a lot of benefits in terms of making these internal strata roads safe, as whether it's programmed or not, these roads often get used for play spaces, whether it's a pickup game of ball hockey and the like. So the dead-end roads really help to kind of create the traffic calming within the neighborhood, and also sort of reduce the number of curb letdowns to the adjacent public streets. So I think we're kind of maximizing the amount of green space by doing that as well. Just kind of going back to the architecture, and we'll circle back to the, before we get there, just the overall, one thing we heard is also the, how the site is kind of connected within itself and how it kind of relates to the overall development. And, this, down in the bottom corner here, this is our site here. And I think it's important to realize that there's a connecting walkway that kind of leads us all the way up to what will eventually be the kind of mixed-use commercial waterfront landing area and the pedestrian bridge that's going to cross across the channel. So that was kind of the main driver for this green space on the property, is kind of anticipating that link that's going to connect to the greater development and straight on through to downtown eventually. Another major connection is this east-west connector, which is the public trail that loops all the way around the site. So we're kind of anticipating that first piece of that continuous loop. And also sort of some east-west connectors through the site that would be in the pedestrian muse. Some tertiary connections through the buildings themselves, which connect residents through to the more public areas of the site. And not to mention, kind of all four sides of the site are surrounded by public streets with sidewalks, street parking, so lots of accessibility and permeability into the site from all sides, essentially. And the future apartment lot, which is down in the southeast corner. So part of the discussion last day was maybe there's a bit too much going on in terms of the architectural character. If you remember, we had two types of homes at that point. One being kind of the gable home, which really kind of celebrated these bold gable facades. The other being more of a shingle style home, which had more kind of a shed roof language, and it was felt was maybe a little bit more traditional feeling. So that more traditional feeling prototype has now been pushed aside to really kind of make room and celebrate the gable. And what we're doing to create variation through this site is to make sure that there's this very kind of animated color palette throughout the entire area of phase one. So this diagram here illustrates the three main color palettes that we have, which is a red, a blue, and kind of a copper color. And Ben will pass around the material palette board that we have. And so this just identifies where those different building types are happening. And you can kind of see that those are kind of distributed quite evenly throughout the site to create this range of color, throughout the overall site plan. So the first image here, I think what we wanted to do to, sort of celebrate the gable is make sure that we were kind of staying true to the gable form. As I was mentioning before, the shingle style kind of buildings have disappeared now, and all the buildings that we now have on site really kind of have this strong gable language. Secondary roof forms are in the form of flat roofs. So we didn't want a roof form that was going to compete with the gable. So we said, okay, we have a background of flat roofs, and punctuating that are these kind of strong rhythm of gable roofs that really, reach to the sky somewhat, and also act as an opportunity to frame the corrugated metal that would be within them as well. So not only do we have a roof overhang, but that gable is framed on both sides as well, as the overhang kind of extends down the side of that part of the building as well. So really kind of creating a contemporary language as well. We continue to kind of celebrate big windows, generous overhangs to make sure that we're both weather protected, but also have a lot of light and kind of air coming into these units as well. So, from this image here, some of the notations there, we're kind of celebrating kind of industrial detailing. So, for example, at the canopies, and we'll look at some blow-ups in a bit, we still have metal canopies with wood soffits, and these are sort of custom metal canopies. We've added tie rods that will go back to a kind of a clasp onto the wall. So kind of picking up some of these metal elements that play off of some of the metal on the building as well. So we go from a standing seam roof to a metal wall, and then kind of the corrugated metal more internal to that form as well. Across the back, some of the comments that we received last day was maybe the backs were feeling a little bit too flat. So on the backs, we've continued that gable language, the combination of the gable and the flat roofs. Another comment was, is there a way to create a bit more overhang or covered space over some of those decks? So every rear door has a canopy over top of it. On the ends, we kind of celebrate that in a more dramatic way with the overhangs kind of continuing basically the full depth of the rear deck. So all of a sudden we have a language with a fair bit of articulation, but still kind of allowing the gable forms to be the dominant piece. The underside of soffits, we're doing with kind of a lighter colored hardy soffit. So even though there's decks running along the back side, we kind of want to make sure that the experience underneath those decks isn't too dark. So using color to kind of create a bit of lightness under the decks as well. The garage doors themselves, we previously had those as solid garage doors. I think there was a comment made of, well, wouldn't it be great if those were kind of glass garage doors? So we've kind of, made some headway there in terms of providing some windows in the garage doors to, visually create a bit more permeability along the backside as well, because the backsides are important elements to these developments. Just a little blow up of the entry. So here, these are these custom metal panels with these kind of slight drops that would frame, stained cedar soffits with a pot light. Custom privacy screens, which would be a combination of aluminum tubing with a perforated metal infill, and then that would sort of tie into the cedar fencing that would divide the yards. And you get a glimpse of kind of a custom gate that would be, sort of a theme throughout the project. Each entry would have its kind of stoop going up to the front door, creating that nice sense of arrival. And you can begin to see the corrugated metal siding, contemporary detailing around the windows. We really want to create this crisp, punched opening in these corrugated metal facades, much like some of the earlier precedent images. And you can kind of see that tie rod that we've added as well to, again, play up on some of these metal details and the industrial theme. And then we go to kind of a blue themed unit. This is a slightly different type of unit, so it has a sort of a double wide gable in this instance, so the proportion changes a little bit. So we have kind of skinnier gables and then wider gables, so that's going to create a bit of variation throughout the site. So again, we can kind of see how color will become kind of a real dominant theme that we kind of celebrate throughout the entire phase one. One comment that was made a few times as well is previously we had a fair bit of light colored siding, and it was suggested maybe the durability of that, whether it be sort of staining or kind of just overall weather durability over time might prove problematic. So we've reduced the amount of light colored siding, introduced more kind of darker hardy. These were previously shingle bump outs, so everything's been replaced with corrugated metal. So we're really kind of holding true to this corrugated metal industrial theme, push shingle to the side. Just a view of the rear of those units, similar attention to kind of covered overhangs, providing some covered space on the rear decks, and similarly, windows into garage doors and the like. And then the red colored units are, achieving a similar outcome. So I think real strong contrast. So I think it was brought up a number of times last day that kind of really want this to be a bold kind of signature project. It's the first one coming out of the gate. So I think we've really pushed the architectural language to kind of really get the impact that we're looking for in terms of a bold architectural form. And I think Rob will touch on it a bit, but just a blow up of the entry here. And I wanted to just point out that beyond the building, we're kind of looking at elements in the landscape that will be applied throughout phase one, but will also inform kind of public realm elements throughout the waterfront landing development. So here it's sort of beginning with the custom gates, perforated metal and aluminum tubing, to custom posts on each side, which would be a combination of bent metal with infills of wood, exposed bolts. So again, kind of creating this kind of grittiness to the development that harks back to some of that industrial language. And Rob will touch on how that kind of influences other elements on the site. And then just sort of a closing view. This is a view that's looking down the public pathway that runs northwest through the, north-south through the site. So you can get a sense of the width of that pathway and kind of the bold architectural character we're looking at. And I'll hand it over to Rob to talk about the public realm.
Thanks, Mark. What you see here is some images and some preliminary sketches that are trying to establish this character, this sense of history, a sense of place that we really want to emphasize through the materiality and the form of these elements. So things like benches, bollards, the play equipment, we want to harken back to the idea of sawn timber or peeled logs. Signage is an example of a piece of signage which is, Cortan or Cortan-like, that suggests an industrial vernacular without being too literal. The materiality, we've been working on the surfaces to make sure that they're more barrier-free than they were before. There's an example of a trellis and a viewing structure here, which give you that sense of the former industrial nature of the site without being too literal. These are examples from other projects we've done, but a similar sort of detailing would come out of this. Galvanized angle iron construction. In this case, there was some incorporated public art that was perforated panels with silk screening. You can see some sketches up on the top where we've started to take these ideas and create custom furniture that expresses that materiality. It's wood and it's metal, and it feels like it's a part of the site, and it creates a unique identity. Within the public realm, we wanted to make sure that everything was comfortable and scaled and linked, and in addition to the public realm, we wanted to make sure that the private units and the front courtyards that Mark was just talking about, make sure they really animate the street and create that rhythm of patios, etc., as you move along any street or any lane within the project. Just to note the new things we've added to the public realm, which we'll see on other plans. There was a request to look at, we had a corner node. I think the panel liked that idea, but asked that we explore that a little further. So we're now showing 3 corner nodes. We made some crossing improvements. We want to define pedestrian paths, in particular the greenways. Wherever they cross either a road or a straddle lane, we want that greenway multi-use path to take priority and express priority. And you can see that north-south greenway running across the site here. There's another plan that shows in detail what we're proposing for crossing. But there's an example of a defined crosswalk on the left and at the bottom. Again, some of the things we've added here, bicycle posts, the improved path surfacing. We've gone and re-looked at all our planting. There was concern that we weren't bear smart, and it's true. We had a lot of indigenous planting, which we all want, but of course, most of the indigenous planting you'd like to have has some sort of fruit attached to it. So we have gone through and done our best to improve that. There were some comments about the species of trees we had selected, so we have revised that. We've gone to a fastigiate red maple rather than poplar trees. And at the request of the panel in the flex green space area, we have added more spreading, larger canopy trees. Just as a reminder to council, this partial plan right here shows really kind of the neighborhood heart for this phase 1. There's a flexible space, green space, which is wide enough to have a game, set up an informal game of badminton or volleyball. There's some informal seating lining that. The private residences are fronting onto that space, so that wider muse is acting as a front door to all these units. To the bottom of the slide, going from left to right, it is quite an elaborate children's play area with active and informal and formal components. There's basalt seats and boulders. So if you're not climbing around on the structure, which is sort of natural in itself, you can be climbing on boulders and pieces of basalt, etc. In the middle of this composition is some community gardens with composters and a tool shed. And then as you move further to the right, there's a mail kiosk and kind of a quiet zone there, kind of an informal garden where the edges are allowed to break down and the plant material and the materiality of the benches, etc. Sort of blend together and create kind of a quiet, informal space with a series of subspaces within it. At the bottom of that image, you can see the north-south multi-use trail swerving up into the site a little bit to make room for a rain garden, which will be planted with indigenous water-tolerant plants. I think that's kind of summing it up, but certainly open to questions on the landscape.
Another item we heard last day was, and Susan touched on, the lock-off units and I'll go back to the site plan to show where those are located. Is there a way that we can make these lock-off units, more adaptable? So we've kind of re-looked and rejigged those plans, and at the last page of your package, we've kind of gone through and identified the adaptability features that would be incorporated into these lock-off suites. It's always a challenge with townhouse type projects, given the three-story nature of this type of building form. But the lock-off units provide kind of a unique opportunity that, hey, it's a ground floor unit where we could kind of incorporate more features into them to kind of make the livability of these units a little bit more accessible. So, there's a series of points there that kind of outline, from access to the types of door levers and clearances within bathrooms, how these units, and the floor plan's been tweaked to kind of address some of these issues, how these units could be, modified to, kind of make them more adaptable right away or in the future. So I'll leave that plan for you guys to take a look at. I'm just going to circle back to the overall site plan, just to. Oops, too far. Sorry, computer's lagging a little bit. Just to identify where these lock-off units were. So we have one in the northwest corner here, and you'll see there's been some modifications to parking to ensure that we have that additional parking stall as close as we can to this lock-off unit. We still have the two lock-off units that are accessible right off of the north-south sidewalk. There's three across the bottom fronting onto Laurelwood, and this one has a parking stall here for the lock-off unit. In some of these instances, there's limited room for parking, so this unit here has a parking stall further up by the site entry. And as Susan was mentioning, some of the visitor stalls over here will also be designated to provide parking spots for the units off of the pathway and the unit at the east end here. So that's where kind of our 6 lock-off units would be located, and we've been able to kind of designate parking stalls on site for each one of those units as well. So I think with that, I'll open it up to questions, I guess. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I can start with questions this time. Number one, was there any changes to the site plan? I looked at the old one and this one. Is there any changes to the site plan itself?
Yeah, so the site plan changes have primarily been related to parking for the lock-off units. Orientation of buildings has remained the same. When we looked at it, one of the comments was, what about solar access for some of these units? Nice thing here with townhouses, we've got light from both sides. So every unit has southern exposure, whether it be for their front yard or their rear deck condition. So, and then also because of the orientation of kind of our major circulation routes, the structure of the plan just kind of fit well with that structure.
Maybe I'll just add to that as well. Early on, we actually had townhomes facing Laurelwood. So the bottom rows of townhomes actually ran along with Laurelwood there. We ended up rotating those to minimize the number of homes that are on Laurelwood. And there's the opportunity in the future for a potential connection from Laurelwood across the Blind Channel. I know that's been under discussion as a possible future truck route. So we want to minimize the number of homes that are actually facing that. So again, that tied in with our overall master plan goals of orienting all the buildings, all the circulation between the buildings down towards the water.
If I may add to that, just to note that the layout was considered at the sub-area planning stage, and this layout is in line with the land use kind of overall layout for the whole neighborhood.
Okay. Number 2, does the lot coverage of 35%, does that exclude that future apartment?
It does, yeah.
Okay. What's the dimension of the Central Park area by the Strata Park? Like length and width generally?
So the width of that was, so building to building, we're about 63 feet.
63 feet.
Yeah, so you're looking at a park space with the sidewalk on both sides of about 40 feet. So we were actually, as Rob was mentioning, we were kind of looking at, because we we're quite excited about that space, and it's like, well, could it be programmed for, could someone put a badminton net up there? Actually the court, a badminton fits well within that, that width or volleyball. So it's a very kind of informal yet programmable space and quite flexible. So there's a fair bit of width there.
Yeah, we kicked around different ideas for that space. We considered more intensely programmed space, maybe more planting. Ultimately, we came back to this idea of a big open grass common area where you can run your dog, kids can play there, you put a blanket down, have a picnic, you toss a football, play soccer, whatever. It's quite flexible. And then in terms of more programmed play area, that's what the area down at the bottom there is really for. Also just want to touch on the community gardens. We've got, at the moment we're assuming there's a number of community plots in there, but I actually think there's quite a bit of potential in that area. We've been in touch with the Food Policy Council, and we're going to have them advise us on best practices for community gardening. So maybe there's some added value there that we can improve as we work through the DP stage.
Do you have any stormwater recapture for that garden, for irrigation or anything like that? It's just going to be straight municipal water?
We are, in terms of managing stormwater, we have an infiltration basin just just below the north-south multi-use trailer. So immediately below the gardens, we are rather than charging the storm system, we are infiltrating. As far as capturing rainwater for irrigation, we're not currently doing that, but I think there's a possibility, to use some rain barrels perhaps, some other technology such as that.
Yeah, okay. Or line that infiltration area, some of it, possibly.
And then pump out of it, or it'd be better to use some sort of simple gravity system, I think, rather than pumping, because we just don't have a sense of how much water is going to wind up in that particular space yet.
Okay, good. And is there any green initiatives beyond the code requirements? There was a discussion last time about what are you doing for green initiatives or energy conservation besides the code thing, Energy Star is required, but is there anything beyond that?
So the sustainability strategy is still the same as what E3 presented last day. I understand that maybe Jonas can speak to this. Squamish has adopted step code this week.
We have notified the province that we will be establishing a step code,
Okay.
but we're essentially 6 months away from that because we have to give the province a 6-month notice. So we've done that this week. We'll be at step 1 by next summer, or this coming summer, and then at step 2 by January 2019. But I will, that's part of my agenda item is to talk about some of those projects that we're doing.
Okay. Okay, that's my questions. Thanks.
Thanks.
Sarah, do you want
Oh, sure.
any questions?
Just to clarify, the soffit materials are the cedar, stained cedar that's underneath, is that correct?
Hardy.
Oh, it's hardy.
Depends on the soffit, I guess. At the front entries,
Yeah.
that's where we're proposing stained cedar. But
And
for
then-
roof overhangs
and
and
the
say underneath the
deck.
deck, that would be hardy.
Hardy,
Yeah.
but in that same cedar tone?
Yeah, so we'd be picking kind of a paint color to that kind of coordinates well with a sort of stained cedar material in the underneath the decks. In the soffits, they're usually painted the same color as the fascia trim color.
Okay. The playground that is here, this is also going to be utilized by the apartment building? Is that correct? Like there's not going to be a separate small play structure that's going to be on this apartment building site?
That hasn't been designed yet for the apartment building. We're showing the footprint in terms of any outdoor amenity for the apartment building. That's, I guess,
Well, but there's just not
TBD
that,
at
there's
this
not
point.
that much space on there, so I'm just curious if the.
yeah,
I can
sure.
speak to that because we've considered this for the sub-area planning process, and so we've asked the applicants to locate the apartment building adjacent to the green space so that it could, the residents of the building could also take advantage of that space.
Right, okay, so that answers that. I'm assuming when you say that you're gonna speak to the community gardening group, society, whatever they're called, is that they're gonna talk about kind of ratios of garden boxes to apartment units? Just because there's, potentially probably 32 garden plots there, and there's 88 units here, plus whatever might be in the apartment building.
Yeah, I've found in the past that part of the reason we're interested in getting involved is there's the opportunity for quick uptake. Sometimes you build communities, put in community gardens, and they sit fallow for a couple of years until people realize it's there, or you have a couple of really keen gardeners who are into it right away, and it can start to thrive, but often it takes quite a while. So, I mean, the orientation of these could change to allow for more space.
Okay.
We talked about the apartment across the lane as well. I think there's the potential to have something dedicated to the apartment when it comes to community gardens. It takes up less room than a play structure, but So there's opportunity there, so it could be that they have their own dedicated, but this is strictly for town, so I'm not sure yet.
Okay.
More input, the better at this stage.
Yeah, and then the crosswalks that are going across the internal strata roads, I think the comments in here that you'll talk with subdivision servicing as to whether or not they'll be raised. Is that-
Yeah, they'll definitely be marked. The example is in the lower left photograph right there. We may be able to bring them up. There's some civil engineering questions, because of course it changes the drainage patterns, etc. But they'll at the very least be marked and have proper drop curves.
Great. That's all my questions right now.
Wayne, do you want to follow up with your questions?
Sure. Just those 3 questions, Mr. Chair. Do you need floor plans with the package at all? Do you need floor plans? Other than the lot?
Yeah, we did, and I apologize, because this was a bit of an update from the last meeting. We did have a slide, and I can share other floor plans with you.
Sure, if you've got some, I'll take a look at it as we go through.
Sure.
Another question would be just further to Richard's question earlier, what's the dimension of the smaller courtyard? You mentioned that it was, I think Richard got the answer on the one courtyard. What's the other courtyard that would be on this, I guess it's the left side? We'll just call it the medium-sized courtyard.
Yeah, the Muse.
Oh, the Muse. So we're generally 30 feet building to building in the Muse, yeah.
So that's building 7 and 10 is about 3.
So between sort of 5 and 8, 6 and 9, 7 and 10, yeah, so long.
I think the other question was just in general, I'll look at the floor plans here, and I have a few other questions, but the building and their lengths, they're looking long, and I'm wondering, did you study the firewall? Your architecture is not going to get interrupted by a firewall?
No firewalls, no.
Okay, so you're going to be part 3 of the building code, sprinkler
Part 9,
to, part 9?
Yeah.
Sorry, part 9 with sprinkler to avoid firewalls.
correct.
Good, that's all my questions.
Hi. So, no changes to the number of units, like 7 and 10 are the same number of units as previously shown?
That's right, yeah.
Okay. And for the cedar fences for the units, are those painted, stained, or are they being left in their natural, like just as raw cedar?
They'll be painted,
They're gonna be painted?
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
And then the boardwalks, there's just that really lovely image on the landscape page. The boardwalks are like a natural or raw cedar. Is that actually happening, like further down when you guys develop? Are you doing that type of a boardwalk?
Or are you talking down at the waterfront?
At
Yeah.
the Marine Center?
Yeah. Still early days for that one, but that's definitely part of the thematic language that we've been exploring for that area, yeah.
It's usually fairly heavy Douglas fir
Okay,
in those structures.
okay. That's all.
Ted, do you have?
Well, yeah, sorry. Are nut trees a bear attractant? Hazelnuts? I mean,
I didn't see them on the list.
Yeah,
There's
I
a
mean,
Squamish
I'm
list and there's.
just saying that because we have meetings and then we want everything to be, so no bears are gonna come and eat the plums off the plum trees. And then the next one is, we have meetings so that everyone's gonna grow their own food in their backyards.
Exactly.
And, when you start seeing the number of people and kids that are gonna be around here, I just wondered maybe you could get some hazelnut trees or something instead of just all.
Yeah, in general, we've backtracked and taken all of the fruit-bearing trees and shrubs out for the Bear Smart policies. But you're right, there is a contradiction there. More community gardening.
Well, I mean, when you think of the bear attractants, you go out and have a barbecue, you tell me the bears are coming in for your cherry tree. But anyway, I just hope that we as this project, this is phase one, you know, and it's a big project. Hopefully we'll get smart enough that where there is some areas where people can actually grow substantial stuff. Look at all those trees there. And then I guess, the other thing was car share, but that'll come later. I mean, that discussion will come later. Potential car share parking.
Yeah, part of this application includes allowances for a car share program.
And then the electric plug-ins, that all comes in. We don't talk about that now.
Yeah, I think there needs to be a broader discussion about car share in Squamish,
Yeah.
and the best places to locate them. We're certainly, I think we've committed to helping kickstart that discussion.
Yeah.
You know, the providers that I spoke with thought the ideal place to start the first car, for example, would be closer to downtown.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, I
But
agree.
ultimately, I'd love to see car share on this site. I think it makes a lot of sense, maybe around the amenity building especially.
That was it for me. Thank you.
Am I correct to assume the roofing material is standing seam?
On the gables, we've got a standing seam roof, and then would be a 2-ply SBS for the flat roof portions.
I see, okay.
Yeah.
And on the gable ends, where it appears to roll over into the vertical wall, is that standing seam down the vertical wall as well?
That's right.
That is.
Yeah.
And just curious on how, is there any water capture over that edge? Is it just roll onto the wall, or is there a gutter?
Yeah, we're looking at that detailing
Mhm.
currently. You know, the intent is to try and, you know, minimize the presence of a gutter there.
Yeah.
But we also want to be cognizant that we're not promoting a waterfall off the edge there that's going to create a mud pit or an inconvenience for the entry right next to that, for example.
Yeah, it's an
So-
interesting challenge. I don't see a sort of overhang there either, so you probably wouldn't want that design-wise, so
Yeah.
I'm just curious if you had a,
No, I think there's an ability to incorporate, because the metal will transition from the slope to the vertical, in terms of creating kind of just a shallow, C-channel kind of gutter at that point. So it's minimal in appearance, that it doesn't take away from the continuous waterfall look of the
Yeah.
of the metal.
yeah. Okay, that's the only question I have. Right now, thanks.
Are some of the back porches perforated metal treads and not just the railings like you're showing there?
Oh, sorry,
Is that
yeah,
the intent?
I forgot to mention that. So one update that we made as well is for an entry porch, the railings, we're kind of looking at aluminum railings with perforated metal paneling on it to sort of continue that theme of the privacy screens that we were looking at. And then the skirting around that porch platform, I guess you could say, would be out of the corrugated metal. The stairs themselves, though, are still wood stairs.
Okay.
Yeah.
And painted similar color perhaps, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what about, can you speak, we see the lighting on the entranceways and those metal canopies. Is there any other thoughts to lighting or no lighting on the rest of the buildings? Like what are you trying to accent throughout the architecture?
Yeah. So at the entries, the lighting is each entry will have a pot light within those canopies. We're trying to keep them as kind of thin and slick as possible, so it's going to be probably a low profile kind of LED pot. But that's kind of the lighting strategy for the buildings themselves, just at the entries.
Okay.
And then there's sort of landscape lighting that will be played out in kind of the public walkways and the views, for example.
Sure. And then the other, similar to John's question of a detailed, I'm sure you kind of started to think, but hopefully that is as you're showing the corner detail on the corrugated, are you thinking trying to keep it minimal rather than like a hefty cap flashing? You could do a J-track or something?
Yeah, we don't want to do like
Yeah.
wood trim or anything on the corners. We want to just have a nice seamless corner.
Yeah, it goes for the windows too, right? We don't want to,
Yeah.
we don't want to trim out the windows, but we have to hide that J-track around the perimeter. So we're going to find a way to tuck that back behind the frame.
That's it for my questions.
Okay, thanks. So next is to go on to comments. Cheryl was ill today, so I have her comments here. She didn't have any questions, but I'll start with her comments. Findings architecture of this phase one proposal is disappointing as it still does not appear to be a lot of differentiators between this proposal and similar project in, say, Surrey, for example. At the very least, the design roof line, for example, should take on a contemporary interpretation that is reflective of a design that was conceived in 2017 and 2018. This first phase is a townhouse project which relies a lot on the ground level interface, which currently comprises of fenced yards and asphalt paved roads. So in addition to the architecture, some element which is more ground orientated should consider to pay homage to industrial paths, for example, paving, special manhole covers, or the like. That's her comments, so for the record, she's got those. Follow up with my comments here. Done well with some of the overhangs, improvements over the doors and such, but I'd still like to see a bigger overhang. Some of the decks could be have a lot bigger overhangs. Decks are really, from now till April, pouring rain, and they don't get used much. I noticed there's quite a big porch area on the building 6. We were just looking at it, and it looked like it'd be pretty easy to create that porch a lot bigger, twice as big. It's on an end wall, and that view that we just saw, it looked like you could incorporate a bigger porch there, even if it wasn't covered all the way. It's covered some, but you just get bigger outdoor spaces for dumping mud and shoes and such. On the covered side, is there a way to get a covered area over the community area, like not the community garden, but kids play area, or in the seating node? It'd be nice to have a covered area with a big picnic bench or something. There's some great areas, the town off Mount Brown Road, that town hub they call it, with the joinery and the cloudburst. They have a huge overhanging deck, they have big picnic benches. It's really well used. I get the open area in the courtyard for badminton or open area, but maybe that central park area where kids play area and seating and covered spaces would be great. The parking for the lockup units in buildings 7 and 10, those are near the seating node and the mail kiosk, is that correct?
That's right.
Really, that's quite a long ways to go to get parking to those units. I encourage you to find parking on site closer. Not sure how you do that, but that's a long ways to go.
Yeah, we were kind of faced with a decision of whether to, decrease the number of lock-off units to sort of ensure that we were getting kind of parking right next to the lock-offs. But then we decided that, hey, you know what, this is a housing type that, I think is wanted and kind of needed in Squamish. So we didn't want to sacrifice the number of lock-offs. We thought, yeah, that it may be a bit more of a distance to the parking, but we didn't want to sacrifice kind of reducing the number of lock-offs because we're just limited in terms of the amount of space for the parking.
Yeah, I think it's an improvement to the project, and in terms of having the lock-off homes, and it makes them more affordable for people because it's frankly a rental option. A lot of people who couldn't get into a townhome can have a renter in down below and get into one of those. But the downside of that is that you're sort of penalized from a site coverage area, and that you need 3 parking stalls for each one of those instead of 2. So that impacts the amount of green space we have around, which we want to try and maximize that. So I think they've done a good job of locating, I guess, half of them immediately adjacent to those parking stalls. But you're right, there would be a little bit of a walk to that additional one there. I'm not sure what else we can do.
Could there be a bigger unit right next to the lock-off unit? So we talked about 4 parking spaces for the bigger units.
I'm not sure. We'll have to take a look at it.
Okay. That's good. And that's my comments. Sarah?
Pleased to see the reconfiguration of the bathrooms, looks good. Adaptable features. One thing that I think that you should consider with the playground is, being that it is adjacent to the apartment building, is to think about having some accessible features and rubberized surfacing under the play area so that it could be used by wheelchair users. And yeah, that's about it.
Great, thanks. It's a very good presentation. Thank you very much. I think what I enjoyed about the presentation was just obviously the use of color and how you're being really true to your renderings. And the materiality, I think, is good. And the overall, it's interesting is that it's almost like Rob's presentation should have come first, because you talked about the public realm and you talked about placemaking, and that is really important for this area. And a lot of projects, you get into it and you think, well, what is blank? What is this neighborhood? And I get a really clear understanding about what waterfront landing can and could be. So I really like the presentation style. I like how it's come together. You've spent a lot of time talking about the public realm. You talked about placemaking, were your words, and you talked about animation. You talked about obviously, character, the type of character. And I think that was certainly exactly the right approach. And as if you were to take that comment and roll it into, the vernacular, the character that you've chosen, and I think is very strong. I would disagree with, unfortunately, my counterpart's comment earlier about the vernacular and the type that it is. I might go on, although I might just talk about that towards the end as to why I think that's probably incorrect. But the other good part of your presentation was about connectivity, obviously, is that there's a larger development nearby. You're talking about how you connect neighborhoods, and I think there's a real opportunity for the next development to really pick up on the cues as to what's happening here. I think the other sort of part to this is like, how do you actually think about these buildings and how do they relate to each other? And I was initially worried about the lengths of the buildings and how long they were. But as I look into it, you've been very true to your renderings, and it doesn't look very long. You've chosen a wider module. I think the gable is extremely appropriate for this type of design. And you've given it a feeling of what I would expect, as to what Squamish and what this area is all about. So I do want to just make sure that rings through. I think I want to talk a little bit about perhaps just the scale. These are larger developments, these are larger buildings, and there, I think with some adjustment more to what Richard was saying, is that where it meets the ground wants to be a little bit heavier. It's looking a little bit smaller in scale, and then Richard also said the idea of porch and front porch. I think that's an important aspect for a development such as this one, because you're turning your eyes into an internal environment, and it wants to break down in scale. So what that means is you've chosen a 3-story elevation, but it needs another heavier layer at the lower story, and a porch is probably the right way to think about it in your own vernacular style, of course. But what that's going to do, I think, is going to take the project that reads really well as a larger building, and it's going to start to ground it even more. And I think grounding is the key, because you're a community about connection and connectivity. The one comment, I was only a little curious as to why you didn't, some of the end units you didn't actually, you're entering all into the muse. There is some other opportunities to take some of the end units and to obviously bring them right out onto the street. That may help you. It's a general comment. I wouldn't mind if you just to take it into consideration. But some buildings have it, some don't. But there might be another way to soften the patio spaces between each other and get the entries to fold out onto the street rather than all be on the Mews. I think my second to last comment here is the devils are really in the details on this one a little bit, and again, not to commend you on the materiality and the vernacular, but it's more, I think, on John's comment too. There's these little details that are going to either it's going to hurt you or if you don't address them. And I think one of the things here is that there's going to be flashing lines. We're forced to put flashing like at least on every second floor sort of thing. So. And that might be an opportunity for you is to break that ground floor plane and introduce a flashing line or a larger overhang just to take those details into consideration. Buildings are over flashed nowadays, as you know, and it'd just certainly be a way if you can actually think about how that works. So again, just watch the detailing. Certainly commend a stronger approach to the stormwater management and how that's done for the project. It sounds like you're thinking about that. The last one is a little bit about the corner treatment. I think it sort of relates to what Richard and I are just sort of were mentioning here today about how do you get the scale just to come down a notch. And I think maybe perhaps look at the ends of the buildings. That may mean your entries and how you bring entries out of the street, but it may mean another layer at the ends. And a last thing maybe for landscape is that there's going to be a wayfinding design to this project, and I know Rob's office is really good at wayfinding what that means and how it can be designed. I would certainly probably spend some time and just make sure that it's a development. As you walk through it, you have a clear understanding as to where you are and where you're going to end up, because you could get a little lost, and you only get lost just because there's a lot of things repeating. I'm not sure it is. And then the last thing on the landscape, I really liked how you developed your open spaces, and what's really strong about this proposal is you obviously looked at how things connect, but you thought about how green space can really just be green space, and it's it doesn't have to be over-programmed. It's really just green. I like the plaza. I like how it's situated in the right amount of light on the solar axis. Otherwise, I just want to wrap up by saying it's a very good project. Please take into consideration the elements of scale and obviously how it meets the street, meets the ground plan. Thank you.
Thanks. Dennis?
Yeah, so I'm actually quite happy to see the new renderings and the materiality that you've used. You've really simplified the roof line, and you've sort of come out of the gate with that gable end form, which is, it's really lovely. It was in your precedents. I think it's really working for you now, and I think it works well on the waterfront. So I'm quite happy to see that. There's a couple spots where I see where that gable form comes over down the wall. I don't know what the dimension is, 4 feet perhaps back. It turns into maybe a hardy or a different, like a lap siding of some sort. I would really like to see that just be corrugated. I think that would just help the elevations a little bit more, simplify it slightly. I don't know where it is on the site plan here, but just the back roof over the decks, where the entry that comes out onto the deck, building 3 rendering.
Yeah.
I get what you're trying to do, and I know that there was comments about it happening. I can see what you're trying to do based on having that gable form right beside it. It's a challenging detail to get that whole deck covered. I don't know if you could maybe look at bringing the metal canopy with the tie rods, bringing that language to the rear as well. I don't know how that would all come together, but I don't think that roof is really working. I think it's almost taking away from that rear elevation a little bit. My comments from last time about the lower buildings across from the apartments, number 7 and 10, I think they are still difficult from a livability perspective. If you just took out one unit of each of those buildings, I understand your under density and that it does meet the requirements, but I feel, you know, we can meet the requirements on all projects, but that doesn't mean that they're actually livable. So I would still like to see these maybe a little bit wider, pull one unit out, and that might help your parking as well.
I'll point out as well just the separation between the apartment and the, say, building 7. We've got about 20 meters of separation, and that's also sort of a south-facing side of the building. So in terms of building separations, you know, 3 stories in relationship to a 4 or 6-story apartment building, it's quite a healthy distance.
That's fine, I think that's working well for you. The widths of these units, of the townhome units, I think is a bit too narrow, and I would like to see them be a little bit wider. I don't know, however you would handle that, and that maybe could help you with the additional unit in those end, the end units now, so.
It's interesting those 13-foot wide units, because it's a type of unit which is kind of well proven in the marketplace, and they're actually one of the top sellers. They actually sell first. You know, there's lots of precedence in terms of how livable they are, and it also sort of puts the square footage of the unit in a price point that's kind of you know, at a good price point for people getting into the market. Obviously, you get a bit wider, the unit becomes more expensive. So
Yeah, I understand that. I disagree with that. I think they're too narrow, and I think that makes that building really long and repetitive. And from the landscaping, I don't have too many comments on that. I think it's been done very well. Buildings 5, 6, 9, and 8, how the corners open up into all of that green space, I think is very lovely. Again, I think it's just because 7 and 10 are so long and there's so many of them that's not really happening in the muse space in between. So I don't know if there's maybe a way you can look at that, but otherwise I think you guys have done a good job from the previous.
Okay, so we have any
Yeah,
comments?
thanks. I'm just going to follow up on some of these comments. I too am interested to know, to understand more about how you're going to bring the history and all that kind of stuff into your signage and pathways. And, you know, I don't see a lot of that here, but I can see by your street lights and everything, you know, that's going to be important. One comment about the ground floor being kind of overpowered by the top 2 floors. If you look on building 11, this picture here, I kind of agree. The ground floor there is kind of overshadowed by the top 2 floors. That was just. And the covered sun decks, I never build a place without a covered sun deck. Every deck I put on is covered. Otherwise, you just don't use them. The barbecue sits out there under the cover, and as soon as you cover that deck, you get 10 months a year use of it, and people will keep their bikes up there. It's like, looks good.
Actually, I really like where you've gone with this since the last meeting we had, considering our many comments from the last meeting. One of the things that I'm sad about is the disappearance of the shingles. And I actually find that that's a nice variation in materials. It's actually very familiar with local people, so a little more comfortable that way with that type of material. And so seeing some of these where you've got corrugated one color and then a corrugated neutral color, you've still got lots of corrugation all kind of in the same spot. So a variation with some shingling would have been a you had it on your last design, and I thought it looked fantastic there, so.
I think it'll pop up on later phases.
Probably, I hope so, I hope so. Anyway, and the only other thing that I came back to this last time is I see this challenge with these dead-end strata roads, and I know that we're not gonna solve this problem in probably all in one go here, but I kind of wish that there was a standard, that this was examined by planning and that there was a standard for what happens there with all the ins and outs of the vehicles and whether or not a kind of turnaround can be done. Sure, there's always going to be a vacant stall in front of somebody's house down along there, so that's probably what we're counting on in this case. But I'm just I think it'd be great if we had a standard for that we could apply across the whole town here. So anyway, that's it for me.
I really commend you guys. I mean, we've seen, I think this is the third time, the first one was a pre-presentation and then the last presentation, and I was, one of the people who was really unsupportive, and I really commend you on both how you clarified the presentation, starting with the precedents being cleaned up and simplified, so we really understand your narrower inspiration for the project. That's super helpful. And just in how you presented, for whatever reason, lots of reasons, I'm way more supportive of the project. I think a lot of the work you put in from the last revision not only responded to the comments from ADP, so it shows you're actually engaged in the process with a lot of the comments from different professionals, but just the amount of work that went into the clarity of the renderings is really great, commendable. So I actually tend to disagree with a lot of the panel members' comments, which is a bit unusual for me, but I really like the 3-story. I don't think it needs a podium kind of base or a heavier base to ground it. I really see, at least whether you like it or not, I think the design intent is clear. So from the precedence to the roof line being turned from what we had before, more kind of hips and more what I would think suburban, to something, a really modern gable, I see that clearly articulated in all the forms and then carried out all the way through. You're not throwing another material at it or form. So for me, whether you like it or not, I think it's a really clear architectural idea that you carried throughout the whole project. And I think that's strong, and we don't see it in Squamish very much yet. I quite like the balance between the skinnier gables and then the blue buildings kind of go to a double bay-ish with the flat roofs in between, so I think that's a nice counterbalance of scale. I quite like, I know you went darker in the material color from comments, which I think is a good move, but I quite like the lighter hardy lap siding you have used sparingly throughout the project. It just keeps it a bit lighter and keeps the massing not so massive, so I would suggest you keep that. I quite like that. I think Dwayne's comment about devils in the details is pretty obvious by the comments, and I'm sure you know it too. When using cheaper materials like corrugated, they can look really horrible or really elegant and beautiful if you do the crisp, nice detailing. And you talked about in the windows, if you can really make those look like recessed, articulated, shadowed windows, it's going to be a great project if you can pull that off. To me, it looked like you had quite a bit of covered deck, so I'm surprised, like in this rendering, the blue one, you've got a continuous canopy across most of those back decks, so I thought we've definitely seen less, and I think you put it at the back porches and stuff, so I quite like the balance of getting sunlight and giving people covered space to put their barbecues, so I don't have issue with that. I think the garage door window is a huge addition, just for having light either in the garage for the people using it or for the street front. It's great. Make sure you get windows in all the doors. I think it's just probably a rendering blip, but I think the one slate window is just nice to have light coming out onto that front porch. I think it's great you're doing lighting just at the porches and the entrances rather than throwing pot lights in too many areas and lighting up the building too much. So I support the less is better, and then more, I think, important to have landscape lighting, light the landscape so you can look out and see plants or trees lit up. It's a nice way in this weather to look out and actually see something. I think the landscape kind of vernacular language or wayfinding kind of materials is a really good start. I hope it gets carried through, and it sounds like, you know, your office is one that can do that. I think it's really impressive if you can actually do these custom perforated metal gates and around the back porches. You know, that's a big budgetary item that usually is the last thing that gets budget thrown at it. So I think that's really going to set apart this development from, you know, what we see in some lower budget ones. So if you really do that, and I think that's crucial maybe to hold that to you guys, it's a great language and going to up the quality of the public space. Standing seam roof was amazing to see. I was kind of skeptical that it's drawn that way and you're going to do it, and I think that's just, again, upgrading the quality and durability of the project. That was really a nice change. The only maybe one that was Sarah talking about the apartment and how it could connect with the green space, which planning was obviously pushing for, is I think maybe a center block crosswalk should be thought of ahead of time. Because I can see there's probably going to be a central core or 2 elevators and stairs, but there's probably going to be some sort of central block space where everyone's running across that street to the veggie garden in that strata park. So maybe mid-block, there's just some thought of the plan teams that it could accommodate that in the future. The underside soffits on the back decks, I think, is again great. We could just see, you know, treated joists, so it's great you're going to that effort of putting a soffit on the underside of those decks. And I don't mind that it's hardy. I probably would rather see it not try to look like cedar color. I'd rather it be just bright, which is great, and maybe lit even, so that's a space that's, when you're parking your car, have something to see. Yeah, I mean, there's lots more I could kind of go on. I was just really, it was like check, 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 really supportive of all the ways you described the project, all the extra effort you put into the detailing. And I get it still is what it is, you know, a townhouse project with some really long elevations, but I think you've done quite a bit from the comments of the last round, especially from me, that, you know, I would be very supportive of the project. So that's it.
I just wanted to touch on one point actually about the whole grounding of the building. And I think it's important that, you know, to kind of, continue on your point of like introducing another kind of base language to this, I think would be detrimental, because I think the success of kind of expressing this nice clean gable resides kind of in the fact that the cladding material is allowed to kind of come right down to the ground. You'll see in the precedent images as well, part of the success and the clarity of the architectural language resides in the fact that you're not fussing with it too much, right? That there's kind of a bit of a utilitarian look to the building, and kind of allowing the siding to extend all the way down to the ground really kind of allows things like windows to pop. Those become the accentuating features on the facade. As soon as you start putting a bit of a podium on it, I fear that the language kind of starts steering off in a little bit of a bit more of a traditional language to some degree, where you've got a base, you've got a middle, and you've got a top kind of thing, where this is really about kind of this strong, bold architectural character going from gable all the way down to the ground. So I just wanted to put that comment in.
I think it's going to help your detailing too, because you can hide more stuff kind of crudely with one color palette, those cross-wall, through-wall flashings.
Right.
As soon as we do other materials, it's a really, you just have more flashing details and
Yeah.
such. So I think, it's going to give you more wiggle room to detail the project well, and that helps with cost and everything too. So.
And I think it's a bit of a balance as well. If I know one of the comments was a bit more covered space or porch space maybe, but we're trying to strike a balance between getting enough landscape in there as well. As soon as we create more roof overhangs, like what do you put below it? It's either hard surface or river rock or gravel or something, because your plant material is not going to grow. So we're trying to kind of strike a balance there as well.
I agree with that. I think the gable ends are your grounding. I think how they come all the way down, they're taking that 2-story bay, and they are grounding. I don't think if if you introduce a podium, then you're going back to sort of that kitschy, what you had before is too broken up. So I think this streamlined, having the gables come all the way to the ground and the corrugated metal all the way to the governance wall, that does round it. I think you don't need to add weight to the dome. Yeah, so I think it's great.
Can I add one more comment about the lock-off suites? I would support the parking strategy. I think it's the benefits for the community and the buyers. And I know the width is challenging, it's not ideal, but I think in our livability and price, it just gives you more options. So you can look at it both ways. So yeah, everyone would like 15 to 20 feet wide, but I've lived in those spaces, I designed those narrower spaces, and they can be great if they're light enough. So I didn't think it's that far from Richard. I thought that was a pretty reasonable walk for some of the end units. Depends who's going to live there, but it gives options. Maybe there's a creative way to get one closer would be ideal, but you know, I think for the variance request, the spin for the benefits, I think is a good trade-off to see more of that.
The nice thing is there's 3 stalls for that unit, so there's also flexibility. If the person living in the lock-off was, you know, I'm only going to move into this place if the stall's right there, well, that homeowner still has a stall by their unit, and they have another one that's at a slight distance. So both residents could have a stall directly adjacent to the unit. There's just that one that, you know, maybe there's a working parent, but one that's at home that maybe doesn't use their car as frequently. They don't mind kind of parking it. Again, it's not far. So.
No, great point.
Richard, if I may, just for ADP's context, until up to, I think, 2 or a year ago, the district had in its zoning bylaw a minimum minimum widths, minimum lengths, minimum widths for houses, for townhouses. And in one of the omnibus zoning bylaw amendments, the district decided to get rid of it to kind of open up, the opportunities for more affordable housing and for different forms of housing. So just for context.
Just maybe some further commentary about, I think we're all touching base on some joint aspects. I think the purity of the project is very successful, and I think that's bang on. I think the idea of your expression and even your character images about bringing it right down makes total sense. I think perhaps just to expand on what we were talking about earlier, is that I think what Richard and myself were saying is that you've got the purity of it, and I think you will have a flashing line in the middle of your beautiful red facade. So you need to determine where that flashing line is. So you'll have to lose the purity of it. Essentially, that's your decision. The idea of the overhang, I think, is that if you're, the question you may want to ask is that do you want a 3-story facade on a 30-foot wide mews is the worst case condition, and that there is an opportunity to create a front porch, and it doesn't mean breaking the lower floor. I think it means adding another level of scale in and around the entries, and that would be, again, just a general clarification comment. But I think I do agree with the commentary is that to add another base layer or a continuous horizontal base or an eve line is certainly not needed, because it is what it is. The vernacular is there. I think the caution around it is just your building envelope consultant's going to tell you your red facade is now broken into thirds or 2/3, right? So if that helps you with the rest of the detailing and how it can play out in the ground plane, I think that's probably the way to think about it.
Do you have additional comment? No? Okay. So we should vote. Don't have the voting unless someone can point me to a page. Now there's ABC, indeed. So,
I would suggest the B, the usual,
yeah.
take comments into consideration and work it through with planning. To me, there was significant enough change and improvements and commitment that I would be totally supportive of.
So a motion for B, consider our comments and work with staff.
Yes.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Sarah. All in favor? Opposed? None opposed? Motion's carried.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, let's proceed with business item number 1, the ADP workshop now. Joyce.
Thank you. We've had another item scheduled for this meeting, but it wasn't ready yet. So we thought it was a great opportunity to take some time and go over briefly the roles and responsibilities of the ADP. I know we did it to some degree last time, so I won't spend too much time on it. Council has asked me to make sure that ADP is considers, when reviewing these projects, considers the council's strategic plan. So I have a few slides about the council's strategic plan, which is a plan that kind of dictates our annual action plans and guides the district. It's a strategic plan that was done by this council. And then I'm also going to go over some of the policy projects that we're working on that ADP has seen some and hasn't seen others, and kind of give you an update of where they're at and what we're going to see in terms of new policies in 2018. Briefly, 3 principal roles of the ADP: advise on development proposals such as this, whether it's a rezoning or development permit, advise on policy work that the district undertakes, as well as municipal projects. I think we brought municipal streetscape project before here and have gotten good advice from the ADP. So that's kind of those are the 3 principal roles. In terms of development proposals, when it comes to development permits, we primarily look for how does this project relate to the development permit area guidelines. So the materials, the landscape, the signage, lighting, and environmental sustainability, and we've got those guidelines coming in the new OCP, as well as the interpretation of DP guidelines, because sometimes they're fairly general. And we try to call those questions out in the staff report when we present the project to the ADP. Site layout, accessibility, those are also pieces of the guidelines which are contained in the OCP. Council and the district wants the ADP to call out things when they don't see, when they see gaps in our guidelines. So I think it's very appropriate for the ADP to tell us when the project sucks. But there's not much we may be able to do about that. But it's important to know that we would prefer if those were contained in comments rather than asking a project to come back based on that type of feedback. So especially at the DP stage, if it checks all the boxes in our policy, then we take those comments and we work with the applicants on more of a voluntary basis, or if there's a variance involved, there's more leverage that the district can have. In terms of policy work, some of you have provided some really good feedback to Matt and Sarah, who are working on the DP area guidelines for the new OCP, so thank you. And that's one of the primary, I think, areas where we would be looking for ADP support in policy. And then also, when we do larger developments, we bring those in, as we did initially with Waterfront Landing and with the Garibaldi Springs Golf Course redevelopment. For commentary. In terms of context of bylaws or policies that the ADP members should be aware of is, of course, the ADP bylaw, which sets out kind of the membership structure and the proceedings. It's more of a procedural bylaw. The official community plan obviously is at the top of our policy hierarchy, so it kind of dictates the rest of what we do and how we look at projects. We look at them through that lens, which contains mainly land use policy and growth management direction. The zoning bylaw is something that ADP, obviously, some of your professionals working in the districts, you work with the zoning bylaw, you're very aware of what it is. It implements the official community plan at the site level by setbacks, density, height, all of those physical parameters. And then finally, the council strategic plan, which I will cover off next in a little bit more detail. So it's a guiding district, it guides our strategic initiatives and annual work plans during this council's term and beyond, so 2014 to 2018, and after that. It's meant to be a living, action-oriented document, and basically it aims to create those accessible, affordable, interesting, innovative, energetic, safe, and walkable community that attracts pioneering businesses and energizes its residents. In terms of where it fits in the rest of the organizational or organizational policy or corporate policy, it takes the official community plan vision that is established in our OCP and then puts it in this action cycle. The council strategic plan essentially informs our action plans, our budgeting process in which we are right now, and our annual reporting to kind of loop back into what we've done in a year, what we should budget for the next year, and what kind of work we need to undertake. So OCP is the big elephant in that room, and we're currently working on an update. The guiding principles in the strategic plan are forward-thinking and responsible corporation. So it's an organization that considers current and future community needs in terms of being responsive to the changing landscape of our community, because we've been growing fairly quickly in the last little stretch. The demographics are shifting. It's also about a culture of collaboration and innovation, not just at the district level, but also at a community level. We realize that as a district, we're not able to achieve the vision of the official community plan if we can't collaborate effectively with our community partners. Balanced and resilient economy, so that talks to a strong hub of entrepreneurial activity, job creation considered in land use decisions, and we've seen a huge focus on that in the last couple of years in terms of making sure that we're creating employment space on par with all of this residential that's coming down the line. Also creating long-term sustainable jobs is part of the guiding principle. Maximizing the built environment, so that speaks to the smart growth principles that are contained in our official community plan. Maximizing our infrastructure, which, like many communities, we have aging infrastructure that's quite spread out, and we want to make sure that we're maximizing that before we go beyond the borders. Diversity of housing, and as well as livability through urban design. A connected community, so active transportation has been a big focus of this council, and every infrastructure decision in nowadays has to be looked at through the active transportation lens in the district. Also making sure that there are transportation options, that the car is not the only option of getting around this community. And a community that is connected by trails and transit. And finally, future-focused environmental stewardship. So environmental quality and habitat are protected in the district. Community-wide reduction of greenhouse gas emissions as well as waste. And we have a pretty significant issue right now, which is our landfill, and we're running out of space very quickly. And so there's been a significant effort this year in diversifying our waste management, as well as adaptation and mitigation often to climate change. So those guiding principles closely relate to our official community plan and the guiding principles in there. I don't know if there's anything that you wanted to add, Ted, as the liaison?
Well, I find it really interesting sitting in council and listening to council's comments, and then coming in here and listening to all the experts' comments. And so on the strategic plan, interesting was the one word up there that I thought was the most potentially give us the most power as far as planning. You know, I've seen buildings come into City Hall that are just a box. Every sliding door's got a 5-foot sundeck on it. So that's not interesting. So that's something that, you know, just for, we don't want buildings like that. And sometimes we don't have much choice, right? You come in and it's zoned for that, and it's so interesting, it gives us the ability to demand better. And then the smart growth, the building diversity, so every development has every type of building, you know, like, so they'll have, not every type, but, you know, that's one of council's big pushes right now, is to say, okay, you're gonna have some townhomes, you're gonna have some duplexes, you're gonna have some, you know, apartments. I'm trying to make that work. And if you look at the development that was just here a minute ago, when they first came in, I mean, the ADP, I think, did a really good job of changing that. I mean, the first time they came in, remember how beat up they got, and they went away, and holy smokes, they came back with a lot of changes. So the smart growth is something, but the one that really I've had the most trouble with, or the most interest about, is our downtown. And we're on downtown neighborhood plan / 5. And we go along and, you know, like, for example, there'll be discussion in council of 2-story. Someone will say, I hear the public wants 2 stories down there. Well, you can imagine what that does to the architects sitting around here when I say 2-story, most of them will go like, it won't work. Or we say, let's step the buildings back. Each floor goes back. And then again, if you brought that up at this table and had the discussion, most of the architects would say, well, on a 25-foot lot, you know, this isn't going to work. So there's some kind of, ADP is not getting the message through to council. There's something that we're not somehow connecting enough on. And, you know, like one of the councillors at the last meeting where I brought something up, and I just said, I thanked them for that, because we sat through this meeting and we went over a development and everybody agreed that this should happen. Well, I didn't say much because it's not my, I'm not supposed to change the way you guys think, but in council, the meeting before, council actually changed that. And then this group goes, oh, well, we want that. And so one of the councilors, and that's why we're having this discussion here, actually, is because that kind of kick-started the idea, does the ADP know what we want? Because we didn't want that. And I'm going, well, actually, the ADP did want it. I didn't say this, but I said, you know, there's a gap there. But the ADP wanted it and brought the issue up and said, we want this. Why is that not in there? And it was us at the council table that took it away. A couple of councilors go, oh, well, I don't like that. And so I'm going like, okay, we've got professionals sitting around this table. Somehow we got to get the message through to council a little better, because we sometimes have a tendency to not know what we're talking about, and I don't know. So that's, to me, the.
Well, I think council is going on these sort of principles of saying, for instance, we want less roads. And people are here are looking at it and saying, well, from a practical standpoint, with these less roads into this Garibaldi Springs, it's just not gonna work.
Well, you hit the nail on the
Right?
head there. I was trying not to bring it up.
But, so there needs to be, I mean, I think that they need to understand and respect that collectively, we're speaking from a lived perspective as opposed to a theory.
Are professional opinions different than public opinion quite often too? Even for me, like professionally, I might have one really strong opinion, but as a community member, I might be different. So it's a hard, I don't know what is the right driver of those 10 bullet points you made. Interesting to one might be not interesting to another. You know,
Yeah.
it can be swung by an opinion pretty quick.
But on some of the, you know, the bigger or more controversial or more interesting developments, sometimes I think, oh, we should have a couple people from ADP here to present. You know, like, I mean, planning presents. You know, the planning will say, here's the comments from the ADP, and bring up the main ones and say ADP supports this development. And, council will just kind of, okay, but I don't like that. And there's no.
Well, I think it's important for the ADP. ADP is kind of an independent advice body, right? That focuses on design, and a lot of it is with architecture in mind. Whereas council has to consider the bigger, all the stakeholder groups that we might not talk about at the ADP meeting because we're focused about design. So I think it's good to have a little bit of a gap between the ADP and council. And if we talk about that specific example of the golf course, that's still not at first reading. So council just saw it for council's comments. ADP's seen it for ADP's comments. It's going to come back to council for first reading, and we're going to bring all of that together. So I think it's functioning, and I think it's not a bad thing to have that gaps to maintain independence.
Yeah, I use the golf course as an example because that just stood out so much. Like, we don't want that road there, I thought. And so the road was originally in there, and then they took it out, and then they brought the development to us here, and everyone goes, well, there should be a road here. And I thought, well, there was a road there, but we actually told them to take it out.
It was also the environmental community, I think, that have the same suggestion that road should be
fair
taken
enough.
out.
I guess my main concern right now is Cleveland Avenue and the downtown, because we've been struggling for so long, so many years on that. And I often thought that, it would be good to have a workshop with council and the ADP on Cleveland Avenue, because, at council level, we go from 2 stories to stepping back to, we just never seem to nail it, and I think that's why planning has such a hard time dealing with us, because, anyway.
On that point, it would probably help the discussions if we understood what council's opinion was on those moving targets, because we don't get that feedback, right? When we're talking about the policy reviews that ADP sometimes does,
Mm-hmm.
I think we tend to have a colorful conversation, but we never hear. I just see the shifts in policy making, like it's coming out about the GFA for Cleveland on those bigger sites.
Yes.
It seems like in the past year there's been a dartboard of what is Cleveland, who's making that vision, and it seems to be shifting, but it's detrimental to them wanting development, which I'm first time involved in, to move ahead. So and that's where I think you get a lot of.
Well, Cleveland's been a tough nut to crack.
That's crucial.
Forever.
Yeah.
It's really hard. I say, sometimes we'll have a great conversation in here about a development on Cleveland, and I'll say to a couple of the councilors, watch the meeting. When we had the one that discussed, when we had the shadowing, remember, we had the presentation on the shadowing and the shapes of the buildings and all that, and 4 stories, and I thought that was really clear how everybody felt about it in here. And I thought, oh, that was a good meeting. And so I said to the councilors, watch that meeting. But I don't know if any of them bothered.
Yeah, the other tough one is the reality of how that affects economics. What land is selling for is so tied to the policy of height in downtown. So that moving target is really affecting the feasibility of developers moving ahead with projects that might already be in the process or ones that are planning it. So it's not good for the district, I don't think, to have this moving target because it puts up a level of communication that isn't clear. And
the lots that have been put on the hold right now. You know all the big lots on Cleveland?
Yeah.
I mean, council is kind of going like, we gotta figure out what we're gonna do with these because we don't want to. We only have 3 corners in the downtown, and we want to get them right. So one was his engineering that made it so we're at least getting another kick at the can.
Yeah, or an opportunity to discuss. I think it's good.
Yeah, I think we're segueing to our next slide. In the interest of time, I have to leave at a certain time. So if we can move on to this, that would be great. So in terms of current policy projects, obviously most of you are aware we're doing a massive update of the OCP, a rewrite. Sarah and Matt have been in front of you guys. I have been in front of you guys for a couple of times. we're projecting that that will wrap up by February. So we're looking at adoption of the new OCP by February, which will have new development permit area guidelines specific to the form and character. There's going to be some DP areas that we're going to be working after the OCP is adopted. It's just too much work to undertake, but I think most form and character DPAs are going to be in the new OCP. The downtown zoning update, which touches on to Cleveland, we're working on, and I think that's coming to a close. We've got one more. So we've been in front of the ADP with this item, I think once or maybe twice. We've held 2 community open house sessions now, and we're going to hold one more on Cleveland character. So that's, we're projecting that should wrap up by first quarter of 2018 as well, which will be great because there is that unknown right now on Cleveland, as well as with the rest of downtown and the rest of C4. Some of you may not know, it's a very permissive zone. It has no FAR. It has some setbacks, but especially on bigger properties, it can result in the very boxy developments. And we do have a few of those properties downtown. Hence, we did introduce a bylaw to council to establish a floor area ratio just for those big lots. So lots that are over 0.2 of a hectare on Cleveland Avenue. And that FAR, the interim FAR is 1.5, which on a big parcel, you can still get a 6-story building up, just means that you're gonna have more setbacks, more open space. And really we picked the 1.5 number to provide an incentive for people to wait till we're done with the zoning bylaw update downtown, but also to make sure that we're not sterilizing those lots by any means. So the actual bylaw, the third point, the interim FAR for Cleveland has a sunset clause in the bylaw, and it's not going to apply after March 31st, 2018, by which time we'll have the C4 update, which deals with setbacks, employment space, and Cleveland Avenue. John?
Is the parking bylaw not enough of a tool to limit some of that massive building scale that we seem to be worried about?
It is on small lots, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, on larger lots, no. Because you can go multi-story with parking at that point, right?
Yeah.
The e-bus amendment, I think, is worthy of mention. It's an omnibus zoning bylaw update. We're looking at secondary suites, so allowing us a carriage house and a secondary suite on any property in the district, any residential property in the district, in order to continue to stimulate that supply of rental housing. So that amendment is in process right now, and it will be going to public hearing. In that amendment is also a 20% requirement for electrical vehicle charging for 20% of the shared parking spaces. So any apartment building would have to have 20% of its parking stalls have access to an EV charger. So you could have one EV charger with multiple, servicing multiple units. There's some regulations for vaping stores in that amendment as well, as we're calling the e-bus. And then after the OCP is done in 2018, we're going to start on an update of the zoning bylaw to essentially implement the new OCP, which is going to be another massive project. And finally, the step code that is coming to the district. So we are currently, there's a working group that's working on how do we implement the step code, and we're at the same time rewriting our building bylaw. So as I mentioned before, the district is looks like we're going to be moving to step 1 in 6 months from now, which is basically you just need to assess your project. And then by January 2019, we would be doing step 2 across all developments. And I think what's going to happen with the zoning bylaw update, it will create those opportunities for density bonus to go beyond the step 2 in certain developments or certain zones. And finally, the ADP Best Project Ever 2017 Awards. I think the mayor brought it up as a great idea, is to look at the first meeting of ADP in 2018, is to have an award for a project that came through here in 2017 that kind of ticked all the boxes. So I was just going to throw it out for maybe some discussion with the ADP in terms of if there's interest to do that, first of all. And secondly, should there be some sort of parameters on what are the scores? What do we base the scores on? And then what we could do is gather up all of the projects that came through here, kind of summarize them and put them out to you guys before the January meeting, and we'll have a closed meeting at that point to consider which project is worthy of the award.
You can show the progression of discussions and stuff. It'd be kind of interesting just for reset where we're at in the scope of what's being developed. I mean, I kind of forget what we reviewed, but it'd be really interesting to think.
And then what? What do we give an award to,
Box of Oreos.
and then what do they get, or what?
I
how is that
think
communicated?
that still discussion is ongoing on our side. What is the award? But I think it would be useful to have a project that we could say, look, this is a project that.
Would council do the same? Be curious if council's choice would be the same as ADP's.
I think council wants ADP pick, it's not our pick.
Yeah.
And, it would be publicized in the newspaper and on our website, and we didn't really talk about a prize, but.
Recognition's good.
We brought it night press.
No development cost charges.
A little plaque, yeah. A plaque,
They
yeah.
get to market it that way.
Well, a plaque would be good.
Yeah.
I mean,
Waive the building permit.
I thought it was a good.
Maybe a parking ticket.
I would love livability to be one of the criteria, because I think it's often not held in high enough.
This is from a guy that just bought a farm.
No, you could look at it through the
livability.
peak lenses that are important. I'm sure everyone's got their own vice, but yeah, I think it'd be worthwhile.
Okay.
Keep it short. I think it'd be
Any
kind of
ideas
fun.
on kind of like, so livability would be one principle? Is there something else that we could use?
Well, environmental.
Yeah, or innovation, I would say, because then that overlaps environmental,
Mm-hmm.
architecture, social.
Connection or
Connectivity.
accessibility.
Usually it's related to how it was presented, to how it ended up. Sometimes you get a big diversity between how it actually turned out, council turned it upside down, But
Yeah.
it's always good to see what you saw and what you get.
Okay.
So it's just the public realm, I think, is a good one. It's like, how do you, like, does it work for the community or not? Is it successful?
Maybe that relates to the livability factor.
Like,
Do you have any idea how many projects you've had in a year?
Two different things.
I suspect that, it's probably upwards of 20.
Well, I have a drawer where I keep all these, and the last time I was on the ADP, which was quite a few years ago, in that drawer is Walmart, Home Depot, and all those buildings. I still got all those ones too.
Because I bet you could narrow it down to commercial projects, like we see the Skidoo shop and the new Cal Tire, things like that, and then big multifamily, large parcel, and then small scale stuff.
Also, we could have categories of,
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was wondering, how
Yeah.
many, or you narrow it down to those three and say, okay, what's been, out of those three winners, out of those categories, what's been the most
yeah.
inspiration for, I don't know, paralleling Squamish's vision, or OCD, or
I think that's a good idea.
sometimes it's heritage, if there's a lot of heritage here.
Mm.
Heritage, multifamily,
Yeah.
small, single family, urban, commercial, and then the larger stores that are successful.
Okay, so I will.
Maybe they're reusing, I'm thinking the Green Technologies building and then moving some of those existing buildings on site and not
That's right.
ditching them, and how
Yeah.
they reclad them with some stickers, or what are they putting on the outside of that building? It was kind
Paint.
of cool. Paint?
they're doing a pattern, yeah.
So I will,
It was more
Yeah,
complicated.
PDF.
It's like.
I'll circulate like, kind of like the guiding principles we talked about and the categories.
And one image from each,
Yeah,
just to tick our brain.
exactly. And kind of maybe a bit of a summary of what it involved.
Sure.
Okay.
One of the things that helps for consistency, I think, is just the ADP checklist for applicants when they come in. And if they're checking off those boxes, it helps us as a panel. So this applicant didn't have floor plans. But it was hard for myself to really understand how things the way they were until I had to dig it out, right? So to not have floor plans, I think would be not good for an applicant. And
Yes.
They probably should be reprimanded for that, or, you know,
I
some
think they did on
panels.
their first visit.
They did on the
last one
first
was
one.
really comprehensive and
Yeah,
long.
we kind of asked them to just focus in on what's changed, because it could have gotten into a very long
Oh.
presentation.
Yeah.
And I think we have brought that up before, that it's important that the landscape architect's there, that the package is complete, and they have to have material palettes.
Yes.
I think planning's enforced that, because last year we had quite a few
Missing
Yeah, or
parts.
just- differences in presentations that made
Yeah.
it hard to judge, so.
I mean, the contextual sections help, and this one maybe a little bit, but not so much. But especially if you're getting into your C4s and Cleveland stuff, they're having those contextual relationships that draw a section through the alley, go right through the building, go right across
Right.
the street, those sort of things. I mean, developers don't like it, certainly architects don't sometimes, is the requirement for models. It's probably not, you know, at this scale, it's not really useful for us, but when you get into some of your urban sites, if you're considering it, it might, as you're developing stronger and stronger urban environments, it might make sense is to ask or require physical models, or at least some 3D, satisfy everybody with 3D models or 3D renderings or something.
The student connection, I know when we did workshops in Chinatown for infills and similarly controversial height discussions, they had quite a large model of the whole neighborhood. So every project that came in could plunk in their small, but for the big ones, like I'm thinking Salterra's one with
Yeah.
those key ones, it really, and then, you know, the public can come in, and it takes effort, but students can usually be if you can get someone at UBC to do a joint planning or architectural studio. they
Well,
can-
we had somebody from Quest, I believe, build a 3D model of the downtown,
Yeah.
where you can kind of plug
Yeah.
things in.
No, that's probably easier.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be cool. I mean, because certainly like the physical 3D model of Garibaldi Springs.
Yeah, right.
Coming in, I mean, that.
It's
really
always a good
puts
talking
it
point to
into
hold a model or
context
touch.
of,
Yeah.
You know, the topography of the site. and-
It's a financial requirement though for ADP, because they're not cheap.
Yes.
Sure be nice to see one of Pemberton to Vancouver Street on Cleveland.
Mhm.
Yeah, you want to talk height and
Yeah,
talk
well, and how the
architectural.
intersections are working.
Mhm.
If you could isolate it to your urban areas at least,
Mhm.
say a model or something.
Yeah.
It would help this panel, I think we would probably feel more cohesive if we're talking together. more
Yeah.
So we can relate to things.
I did a model of downtown south in 98 with the UBC often uses, the architects at UBC often use Squamish as a study area. And they came up and they used the Mountain Blind Channel as their study area, and they were all doing their thesis on the Mountain Blind Channel. And this is in 98. They've done it since, again, they've done that. But I got 3 of the students, 2 of them came up and lived with me and did this model. And I kept it for years, but it was,
Big, heavy.
yeah, buildings kept falling off and moving it around.
Yeah, we had a virtual one too that worked for Chinatown. It was good.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what we actually have that, we just haven't played with it, is a virtual 3D model for downtown.
Now's the time.
Yeah. That's all I have.
Okay,
Awesome.
all right. So,
Do you need a motion?
motion to adjourn the meeting. Sarah?
Thanks, Jonas.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Joanne. Seconder? John?
Sorry, guys.